Good evening and welcome. So it is Sunday and it's time again for some little bit of Factorio. Let's see how that pans out today. To next week, since it's Sunday, I've also scheduled for my next week. So far, I've scheduled streaming every day. Let's see how that pans out. If I might cancel a day here or there, but at least I've added those days to the schedule. We are going to start a new Satisfactory series, and I'd actually like to spend a little bit of time today on talking about how to do that, what would we want to do with that playthrough, new, existing, cheating, yes, no, hype train integration, if that would be relevant of some kind. I'd like to make it some kind of interesting somehow. And I don't really know how. Like when we played Valheim, it was a pretty good integration with hype trains. Maybe that was also because Steven was around, but also in general, it was interesting, and it was actually really helpful with those kind of free resources. And one of the advanced game settings that comes in update 8 is the ability to give resources. So I could easily do something like, if there's a hype train, then get resources, and then we could just find out what kind of resources that would be, and it could be different things. Rants here and there, it's all will be good for me. All right, well, I'll do my best, but you can also help by throwing topics in, and then I'll see if I'll try to take the bait when there's anything around. I just get it's still something for me that I get too, not too, but I get really caught up in the game, and then I kind of go like, oh yeah, shoot, I forgot to sort of take a step back. Hello, Jeff. Good evening. I just want to show up a bit and see if the new mod works. Well, of course it works. You made it, right? You made it. So of course it works. Yeah, Jeff, you're also welcome to weigh in on good ideas or bad ideas for upcoming Satisfactory series. I'm going to keep playing Captain of Industry. I'm enjoying it immensely. I'm just also seeing that it sort of is already tapering off, unfortunately. But that's kind of how games just work, unless it's one of those perpetual games that just keep going. I had a day today where I didn't have anything to do, and I'm all caught up with all my videos, and I didn't want to start another one because I spent a lot of effort on the video yesterday that turned out not to work at all, despite it being a better video than I usually do. So there is that. Don't spend 3 times as much time on a video when it doesn't work. That did not work at all. So that was a massive disappointment. And yeah, so I'm going to keep playing Captain of Industry because I'm having a good time with that. Hoping to learn how to be more effective and not make everything an eyesore. Ah, well, yeah. I hope so. Probably not. I don't know if in today we'll make very specific builds to what we want, but generally when making Captain of Industry, for example, when playing that tomorrow, then it should be nice. Hopefully. But welcome, and hang around. We play Factorio, Satisfactory, Captain of Industry. That's what we got going on next week. That's actually like the biggest games we have. So should let's see if that has any impact. Was a massive help for me getting started. Awesome. Which hub level do you plan to start on in new Satisfactory update? Well, that's kind of also up to you, but I'm thinking level 0. The early game is so well designed that skipping the best part of the game and jumping straight into some of the annoying parts is like, why? Why would I want to do that? Why would I skip the best part? And if I skip the best part, why not just continue to play from one of my existing saves? Because then I have everything unlocked. It's just kind of that. But anyway, I'll come back to Satisfactory first. I just wanted to continue the train of thought that I was on, and that was today about I had some time and I didn't know what to do, and I wanted to do something casual, something not work related. So I decided, I caved. I bought the Diablo And I started playing it, and I was like, I don't care about the story. Just let me get into the game, because I don't know. I used to love that Diablo feel, like, oh, it was so cool, like, oh, it's demons, but then again, I was an angsty teenager back then, so back then it was cool. Now it's just like, yeah, whatever, cliche, 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 like, ooh, the murder of the hatred, blah blah. It's like, okay, whatever. It's just really yeah, it looks nice, but yeah, I don't know, there was nothing that really sort of got me going. So anyway, jumping into the game, playing Barbarian because you want to spin to win. And just like, and I know this is how it feels to play the first playthrough of Diablo, that you're really underpowered because it's the second time around you have better gear and you have hand-me-downs and you have stuff, and it works better the second time around. But man, was it just like, it just did not feel like Diablo at all. It felt more like World of Warcraft. Like for me, Diablo is like big swarm of enemies, and you just like splash through them, and they explode, and they torn apart, and they like everywhere, like all that. And it was more like that, that, that. Now I can use a special ability. That's whatever. And it was just so fucking boring. It was so boring. And even like inside some bleed was like good damage, but then it been like came like you bleed them, and then you're like, oh, I can't stand here because it's too dangerous. And then it was like, go in, bleed them, run away. I was like, this is not Diablo. This sucks. This sucks. Like having to run away as a barbarian in Diablo. It's like, no. No, and I know, but this is, I know it's like I didn't know what to put my talent points, and I had shitty gear and all that stuff, but it was just, it felt so wrong, completely unfun, and I got frustrated. I went into some dungeon, and it was a shitty boss, and I just died a few times, and then I was like, I could feel I was getting angry, and I had a headache, and I was just bored from it because it was just mindless. And I was like, what's the point? Like, am I doing this to level up to get a good character? I'm never gonna play that much. Am I doing this to see the story? I don't give a shit about the story. Am I doing this because it's awesome, just killing monsters left and right? But I'm not actually. Like, why am I doing this? So I stopped playing. Yeah, very bad to me too. I mean, I'm sure that all characters are completely fine and all of that, but damn, that felt so bad. But I mean, the good news is, worst thing that could have happened was I got totally hooked on it, and I just had to play it every second of every day, and I wouldn't be able to, wouldn't remember to do all the other stuff. Yeah, Path of Exile. Yeah, I think Path of Exile sort of continued, was Diablo 3, and then Path of Exile, and then I don't know where Diablo 4 is better, or is it just like, well, it's kind of like that, but I mean, it looks nice. And Rogue and Sorcerer are pretty fun. I mean, I'm sure they're all pretty fun, and they're all viable, and I'm sure they're all working, and they're all different specs if you have the right gear and the right skills and all that stuff. I'm sure that it's all fine. It's not the game, it's the gameplay, and me doesn't match. I'm sure that there's also a few people around who like playing League of Legends, but I would not want to play that, or Valorant or something. It's just something about the gameplay that was just like, no. If I get a headache from playing it for 2 hours, I can feel like the rage bubbling up inside me, and I am just mind-bogglingly bored. And it's like, it's probably not the game for me, is it? Don't force it then. So that's it. No more Diablo, and at least we can say that I tried it. But no reason to try it on stream. So yeah, anyone playing it, enjoying it, like getting totally addicted, playing it every day. As Victorian said, yeah, it's kind of more my cup of tea. So you say I can safely admit I have never played in Diablo. That's fine. Empathy with your barb eating rage quit. Yeah, I mean the thing is like, I love the barbarian. The barbarian has always been my favorite class, because for me that is the quintessential Diablo experience. Like that thing, like there's a lot of monsters. Throw myself into the mix. Like the more the merrier. Like if there's one or two left, ooh, but it's like 10 or 20. Like the bigger the group, the better. I remember fun times in the cow level with my spinning around like an idiot, and I just enjoy that. Yeah, it's that was the fun part, and I think that it feels like they made whirlwind actually useful in the early game as well, because it was not like completely shit. Usually it'd been like you had to like get really good items, very specific gear in order to actually make it work. So I think I ever get headaches from is stuff like raft. I don't. Okay, raft. Uh-huh. My relation to League of Legends is sadly that what delayed my watching of Arcane. I'm glad I bit the bullet. Arcane is amazing. Arcane has nothing to do with League of Legends. Like the League of Legends IP is brilliant. It's a little bit weird, but it's really good IP, and Arcane is absolutely amazing. It's just I recommend it to everyone, and then don't mention it that it has anything to do with League of Legends, because it stands alone. Try Vampire Survivors. No, I did not. I watched a bit and I was like, that's not me. And also it it has come and gone. Used to play Sorcerer in Diablo. Never had the urge to dive into enemy. Yeah, I'd also played the Sorceress, but that was because it was the fastest. Back when Mephisto runs was just the thing to farm with full magic find, like I don't know, 600-700 magic find, and just teleport, kill, with like wall of fire and hydras you could sort of place between without getting in line of sight, because you have shitty gear when you're full magic find. I'll go like, oh, rinse and repeat, go in, see, okay, there's that there, off again, try again. Yeah, it was weird. The thing is, like, you can Diablo is a game that just really tends to optimize the fun out of it. When you sort of when you play through the first time, you can just run around and do things, and the second time around, when you know you have a character, you got a few hand me downs to get going, and you have a spec like a Hammerden or for some weird thing that you want to test, then you go, then that's fun. But when you get up to the higher levels and go like, all right, now I'm just grinding gear because I need a this specific weapon with these specific stats, or this specific um, yeah, it's this specific unique weapon or unique item, and just to keep repeating. And then it's all about just doing the runs as efficiently as possible, which there's a little bit of fun in that, but once you sort of nailed it, then it's just rinse and repeat. Yeah. Heard a new city block beep. There's a lot of city block beeps in here. Yeah, it's growing pretty big, and the new mod that Jeff has made is working really well, so we can see what gets deployed every time. So we can see what is being deployed. I really like that. Yeah, so that's there's a new game in the same setting as Arcane. Don't quite remember. Was it a platformer? I think the demo's out. Same setting as Arcane, you mean League of Legends? Convergence? Don't know what that means. What do you mean? Um yeah, so it I think Diablo is if yeah, I think it could be fun, but just didn't mesh well. Also because I'm super aware that all that clicking is just really bad for my wrist. So and since it's kind of my job to play games, then I shouldn't play things that are just destroying my wrist. Kind of obvious. And then you go like, well, but I'm a million years old and I've been gaming for way too long, so I probably have a head start on you on the amount of times. Yeah, so I have to take care of myself, because it's kind of what I do, and I kind of like being able to continue to do what I do. Cool. Let's dive into the game if you are okay. Let's see what we can get. Oh, I need to do something as well. And let's see. Go into settings. Restart Streamlabs, and it's been restarted. Did it work? Yes. Daily subs 0. Let's see where that can take us today. There and there. Starring a character named Echo. I'm not into. Okay, interesting. Never heard of it. But I'm looking forward to, and I know this is a bit silly, but I'm looking forward to the League of Legends MMO. I'm gonna play that a little bit, but because I really like the world and the setting, and they have a lot of money to throw at those kind of things, it's probably not something that'll work on the channel, but it's going to be something that I want to do as well. The same with this Telltale, The Expanse game that comes out in July. It's not going to be good for the channel in any way, but it's going to be just, fun to play. That also has something. Yeah, time off. I don't have time off. Just, that's not how it works. Cool. So here is the mod that Jeff has made, and this is just from we started here today. Then you can see that it every time Recursive Blueprint deploys Blueprint, then it displays what is being deployed, and then also location, so we can click. That's fun. That was weird. There. Interesting how that just clicks up. Doesn't matter. But this means that when we're sort of sitting around and then suddenly you hear that beep, then we can actually see, okay, what actually got deployed here. Okay, now we can see, okay, that got deployed, and maybe if some of these things, like this one, for example, purple science got deployed, well, that's not working. But when we then see this and go, I wonder what was deployed, then we can see it was purple science. It clicks through console, yeah. Yeah, so if I click here, it will open that train that's behind. Just a chat beeps. Yep, and then we'll see once this one gets done. Where are we at here? Robots and 500 and something. So let's figure out. We have our red circuits, which seems to work. Oh, didn't we build a... Last time we built a long list of things to be fixed, didn't we? And then I ended the stream because, well, session 11 notes. Boop. There we go. There's a lot of session 11. There we go. Recursive Blueprint. Another power pole was added. You wanted to redo green circuits? No, I don't think I did. Oh, redesign away from ore. I think I did. All right, so what I have is robot limits, train fuel lights, copper connect wire, home connect accumulator to green global wire, order of display of raw resource, train fuel, steel train logic to guarantee departure, missing fuel in train on plastic wrong signal for oil refining, main loop exclude solar panels from tab list. Ah, that's a big one.
Welcome
hey,
back.
Look at that.
Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Trivinix, thank you for the 5 months. Much appreciated. Unmoduled smelting into green circuits. Yeah, I think it's mainly this part is that it just didn't generate enough. It's a waste of space here, and it was a trade-off. Sort of, okay, let's use the space as efficiently as possible, but it doesn't really make sense. All right, so let's try and see what where are we? Here. Robot limit. Yeah, the robot limit was a little bit of a mistake, and then I remember Jeff had a design for us. Wasn't it Jeff that made the design for us? Every game has a different key for opening screenshot. That one's that one can go away. That one we also have. Ghost in city block detector. Okay. Not going to use it, but... don't think I need that blueprint. We'll keep that around. That's the one. One-time robot inserter. There. Cool. Was a nice demonstration on how to do it though. Same with doing green circuits with the green science block. As it is so few, it's personal preference. Yeah. I mean, the point of this is that it saves on train transport. Right? Because now they only go from raw resources in here instead of going from raw resources into iron smelting, from iron smelting in here. And the same with copper. So it's less train transport, train network. And that's the idea of this. But you then have to make more of these. And no, it'll still be less. Let me make red circuits. It's actually building pretty quick. Are we playing at double speed? No, we weren't. Okay, I think I should... fully moduled smelting into green circuit is fine. But if you want unmoduled, they should be stamped like a solar block. 5 blocks in a row. What? Why would you want... Ah, right. Oh, yeah, for the green science, yes. That this little thing here, because it's so small that it makes sense instead of getting that from a dedicated location. Yeah, I think this is the correct way of doing it. I like this. Right, this is a beautiful base. It's not really doing anything. It's working its way towards getting purple signs here, but obviously not yet. One thing I want to check here is... It would also be nice if I could have like a display of how many of each one I have done. That would be cool, wouldn't it? I don't know how to do that. Like so that we could, below each of these, there would be a little number of how many we'd have. That would be cool. And we can also see that the amount of solar panels, let's see how about this. Okay, so it dipped and then it came back online and then it built another solar panel built here. What's the power situation here? Yeah, I guess this was... It does have a pretty big buffer. That's pretty nice. Look at that. It fills it up pretty quickly and then it goes down. That's good. Can you increment? Oh, I can't do that. It's just... I can... Like... It's not impossible. Definitely not. It's more like, how would I technically do it? And that would be... Oh, how would I technically do it? Actually, I'm already doing that for one of those. Look at that. 2 greens, two blues. So I'm already... Basically what I could do is just... What I'm doing here. Don't know where, but somewhere. That one. This is the easiest way to do it. Loving your Captain Industry series on YouTube. Thank you. I love it too. I'm thinking, wouldn't that be like the easiest way to do it? And then we can get a little Nixie tube down here. Now it displays another purple signs, which isn't gonna work. We also now get the red. The red signal now has to come in here. Whoa. That's not correct. That's... Hold on. Why? Why is the blue one not displaying? Oh, need a space between them because now it thinks it's one display. Boo! Boo! That sucks. Yeah, this is a very, very big number. Instead, how would I do that then? This has power to what? Oh, as soon as I pick it up, and then it's gonna be bad. Make sure that it doesn't connect some weird way. Yes. Then I guess it's all of this. This gets connected to the red line. Okay. I'm using Captain of Industry commands now. Why am I not in this mode here? And oh. And guess that's still the Captain Industry commands I'm using. Let's get that here. There we go. And disconnect. Oh my god, that's horrible. That sucks. And there's a connection now. There. It's its own network. Good. Alright. So... yeah. As far as I remember, it shouldn't matter if it's higher than lower than. It just... The only thing that matters is it the right icon here? Yes. Batteries. Sulfur. Plastic. Refineries. It's also just nice to have it running in the background so that we know if it is, like, if it suddenly gets into an error state or something. There. Good. Yeah, that's okay, right? To deploy two blueprints where the second blueprint will be placed over the first time delay. It is possible, but it is incredibly complicated for no gain at all. It is absolutely possible, but I will do everything and anything to avoid that being a necessity. That is part of my core design criteria. And why? And welcome, first time chatter. The reason is, this is how you build code, and this is how you make fragile code. Suddenly, instead of it always going going into the loop, going out of the loop, going into the loop, then it goes into the loop, and here you go into another loop, and then check that, but hold it and don't let it revert back, but right, and it just means it adds so much complexity because you have to know a lot of things about what's going on, and it might be that we have to do it, but it has to be an absolute must. There's no way around it. Then I'll do it. But I won't do it for just like, oh, okay, well, it's a little bit more better, or like it's first deploy the blueprint and then deploy the trains on top. No, definitely not worth it. I would see no other way to deploy a uranium blueprint because the acid is a must for it. No, it's easy to do without it. Just have to be making a less efficient blueprint. And just make a miners and then make a pipeline on both sides, and the shape of the blob, maybe some of those, so you're never going to be feeding. Normally when you build uranium mining, you feed sulfur into one miner and then the miner feeds the other ones. That's not how it goes. You have to make sure that you have a common pipeline that feeds all the miners, because you don't know which miners will eventually be there and which ones will not be there. So you have to have the pipeline that always goes there, that feeds all miners on either side, down some rows, and then that's gonna be it. So that's how it works. It is. Good. Okay, let's figure out some other things. Train fuel lights, robot limit. Okay, this one doesn't make sense to do until we've reset. Steel train logic to guarantee departure. Miss something. Missing. Fuel and train on plastic. Main loop. Exclude solar from tabu list. Yeah, okay, that also needs to be done. Okay, so let's start by taking a save here. Testing announce mode. And this is session number 12. Blueprint. Drop number 1. So, how do we start this? We start this by... There. That's the easy part. Now it won't get started on anything else. And let's see. Is there anything that would make sense to wait with? I have stopped it from starting a new loop, and I can pick up the blueprint as well. I'm going to do that. Yoink. And then go back to this mode. And I just want them to be idle just because it feels better. And then I'm going to kill all the way down to here. That's a lot of stuff that got deleted right there. And then the rest. Whoops. Six and 0. So let's find that blueprint, the deploy blueprint, and figure out how that works. What? Like that. Here. Here. So it's not actually connected. What does this do? This says...
Another loyal devotee.
Well, well, well. That is nice to hear that. Let's see if it's... It's a thing. Hey, thank you. A new protector of the path has joined the ranks. Welcome, and thank you very much. And let's see. So why is it not working? It's not working because it doesn't have that one. As soon as it does, then it'll start working on this. But this one needs a start condition. This is not correct. By the way, that's not really what I wanted. This one would be like the cheaty ones. Okay, that's also kind of there. Why are they not coming in? Okay, so I think what I need to do is I need to make a logic that sets the value of these two here. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a gray box. So that's going to be a gray box and that's going to be a gray box. And I wonder if I can set these with a value. Yeah. And this one will have to be taken out and put back in. So this one will have the value. So can I set a condition from here to here? Read. Oh, I can only read it. Okay. That means it has to be these two. Set request. Right? And then what I'm going to get is when I click the start button, it'll send for one tick. It will set that black icon, black signal here. This one has to be reset. We're up to 4.2. There we go. That's reset. That one is reset. That's the only thing that needs to be reset. Then I'm going to have something getting that signal in. Is it coming in on the green wire? It's coming in on the green wire. All right. So on the green wire, problem is I need to make sure that it goes from a ping to a stuck signal. So I kind of have to, let's see, when black signal is less than, greater than 0, then input whatever you get. Yeah. And then I'm going to have another one. No. I'm sure this can be done better. I just can't figure it out. If this one gets a black signal, then take input and pass it on. All inputs. And then it'll get a green signal here. And then it'll get a signal in there. Good. So it now passes that one up here and that one up there. Good. Then I'm just going to test it with a push button here, which will give us... Okay. Set request. Input signal. Oh, right. It has to be looped. Again. Now this one retains the signal. It sends a signal in. Sends a signal in. Yeah. So this way. And go from that one. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Red, 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 because then I can get the green as the input without leaking any signals back again. So now if it gets a signal in on the green wire, a black signal in, it'll store that green signal or that black signal here, which means that it'll keep sending this one signal out. How do I reset it? I guess I don't. But the only thing we're missing is how do we make sure that we get that somewhere? Because these ones work really weird. Like one of these is different from the other one. Look at, if you look at next to me, they have different icons. This one has some of those fake items in, but don't know. This is an infinite active provider chest. SR latch again? I don't think I need a SR latch. This is fine. This is just as soon as it gets it in, it'll keep being valid. And it won't extend beyond that. So I think that it's fine. Let's get one of these. This one will have some of that. Mm-hmm. Let's decouple this because I don't want to restart the whole thing, but I'm going to test it. Press the button. Set filter. Forgot that one. Why are they not coming in? Because it's just an infinity chest. It's not an infinity provider chest. Infinity passive provider chest. Yeah. That's not supposed to be 50. That's supposed to be 250. Right? Yeah. Good. You don't need that super inserter to void extra items. Just set checkbox remove infiltered on infinity. Let's try it. Good. I also don't need this one. I want to get rid of all as much as possible. Then we should see a much smaller radar area. There we go. There. Oh. Is that... That's actually a problem because these are... Huh. Yeah, that is a problem. I'm gonna need to have one of these, at least so that when I place a blueprint up here, it can work. It's actually interesting. Because I really want that one to be powered, but I can't have it powered. Really? Also, there's probably wrong condition. This looks fine. Blueprints placed without radar. Yeah. They've forgotten about the expansion and hope that nobody asks any more questions about it. Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. They went like, fuck it. No one noticed. Just be quiet about it. One day it'll be like, it's out in a week. Like, what? Because that's how they do social media marketing. All right. All right, so this works. Robots fly into unknown if there are blueprints. Yeah, but can blueprints be placed on... Yeah. Can't remember. Probably. How do you handle Mindler with a space like this? I don't. At some point I'm going to do it, but that's not now. Okay, so this is... that's the first part here. So now I have to do every single blueprint all over again. Why? Well, because now I need... Let's do that in the lower right-hand corner. Yeah. This will be on the... Was it on the... It was on the red one, right? There. Yep. Next. That's probably always a good idea to put it here. This is infinite ore. Okay. And smelting. Oh, damn it. It's always complicated to take this out. Manual. Manual. And then... Yeah. Yeah. Couldn't you connect that power pole for the radar only for the internal power network? Yes, I could. Just don't like it. It will just auto-update and they put the expansion into changelog after some obscure bug fix. Yes! Like, oh yeah, by the way. Not for you, but in general, someone who would like to actually play with a self-expanding base. I mean, they'll have to do the same thing I do. Do some detection and then place it and stuff like that, so. Seeing that Factorio is quite a complete game as it is, what do you expect from and the expansion? My expectations for the expansion, I wrote actually a little document at some point, thoughts on expansion. Don't know why I did that actually. When? No idea. What? No idea. Wow, that's a good document I wrote here. Hint, linked entities, hints at multilayer and new biter. That's the only hints we got. Hopes soon. This is a document 1 year ago. Hopes multilayer. Not just changes to endgame, but basically I hope that everything gets changed such that, for example, like in Dyson Sphere when they added Proliferator, because then every design has to be redone instead of it's just going like, oh yeah, we added a turquoise and brown signs. Like, all right, well, so the whole game is the same and now we just have to grind that and then we get something new at the end. And then overhaul of the role of the biters. That's my gigantic hope. Any updates on the Icarus interview? I don't think it's going to happen, to be honest. I the problem with the Icarus interview is that I am underwhelmed by the Galileo update, and that's a really bad place to start. Because I was looking forward to Galileo updates to come back and play some more Icarus, but I mean, I can't find the time now that Satisfactory is also here, and I don't know. They never get back to me. I didn't get back to them. Right, you know. I was just looking at it and go like, yeah. I don't know. I'd like to do it, but I also just don't really see much value because at this point I just feel like it's free marketing for them, and it's not something that I would want to do, honestly. I would do it because it's different, but if you guys are not really enjoying me playing Icarus anyway. Not a lot of you, at least a few are. And then there's not really anything new in Icarus Galileo update that I'm interested in, like Steam achievements, fishing. Are you kidding me? Bestiary. And there's one more thing that's also meh at best, and that's a shame because I was hoping there would be something and I go like, ooh, oh, I want to try that, but no, not really. So that's, and also I would be interested in doing an interview and playing a game where maybe talk a bit about like development, that kind of thing. It's just one of those things where like I really have a tough time seeing any particular value from it. And then it becomes like, ooh, they asked, and I am flattered by being asked. So, ooh, let me do that. And I'm like, where's the value for me? I don't know. What do you guys think of that perspective? Is it narrow-minded? Like, I'm also seeing like other people when they do interviews. Like JD did an interview with Mafia Games for Captain of Industry, and it's like by far his worst performing Captain of Industry video. And that's just the way that interview videos are. They are really for a subset of people who are true fans. And I don't know, I don't really, yeah, I don't know. Let me know. What do you think? Let me start working again. Was looking forward to it. I know. Yeah, it's one of my. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just. I'm a little bit in a point where nothing I do works, and then going absolutely crazy and doing something completely different just doesn't seem like it seems like a Hail Mary for something that is not going to make a difference in terms of sort of views and stuff. And it's a whole stream that I have to take out to play a game that I'm not really super interested in at this point, with an update that I'm not super interested in about, with a format that I'm not super engaged with. It's just, I don't think it's going to be good if those are the conditions. If it's, yeah. So we had something else for steel as well that we wanted. What was that? Thank you, Kolobok. Thank you. For expansion to be able to direct insert from 6 to 4. From 6 instead of 4 sides between. Somehow interesting. My 6? You mean like up and down? I don't think that's gonna happen. If you're not interested, they need to interest you. Otherwise, what's the point? Yeah. It's more interesting if it was an interview while playing together. That's also how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be sort of playing together and then asking questions. And I think it'll be fun. But it has to be instead of in something else. That's the part, right? It has to be taking out a Satisfactory stream, a Factorio stream, or a Captain of Industry stream. Like, I don't want to do any of that, right? Didn't add a copper build? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Good thing I didn't delete it then. On the red wire. Now let's add the combinator here. For steel. And full ore. Or time past 120, I guess. Right? Because otherwise it'll be waiting for too long. Yes, let's try that. And then brick production doesn't exist. Oil. That out and put that in. There we go. Maybe we should have each and every block isolated in this way, somewhere far away from the main base, to just have them. Yeah, that's a really good point. I like that. You can easily add a second surface in the editor. Yeah, but that's what I would like in this is not like Factorissimo where you switch, but that it's seamless. Like there's a button that you got just go up and down a level, and you can sort of drag a belt, and then you switch levels, and then you continue the belt, and then it makes a ramp there or something like that. Like you can't do that seamlessness with mods, and that's what they have to do. Like you can do trains coming up and going underground and going overground, and then I mean that's the kind of thing I would love to have. I would love to have a multi-layer Factorio. That's because that would change a lot of things. Like you could do underground. Like you could get all your trains, move them underground. Wouldn't that be awesome? Like having a metro, underground metro, that kind of thing. Oh, you mean like in the editor? Really? I would not know how to do that. It's parallel world testing labs. You can put them in. Really? How do I do that? Top right icon. Bloop. Build with lab tiles. Navis. New surface. I don't know. How big do we want it? Is that big? Okay. This one needs to be removed. What would be the logic of how to place them? Oh, that's easy. You place them like they're placed in here. Oh no, that sucks. Delete surface. I need to take a break. Okay. It was a recent save. Good. All right. Let's be back in 2 minutes. Thank you for joining. Be back in a bit. All right, welcome back. So let's see what we can come up with here. I'm gonna while I do this is a bit of a manual work. I'm gonna enlist your assistance for help. Yeah, just hovering over that one. So I'm assuming, of course, that all of you have watched my latest Captain of Industry video, the one where I tried to tell how awesome a game it was. Now that video I spent a hell of a lot more time, not like that, but I spent significant more time than I do on a usual video because the scripting, narration, cutting, recording the small bits that fit with the audio or the story, all of that stuff. It took, 2 full days of work, and that's like 2 really full and intense days of work to get it done, which is more than what I spend on a normal video. And I was kind of hoping that it would sort of gain some traction and help spread the word about how awesome Captain of Industry was. It didn't get any views. Like, yeah, it did a little bit better than in an episode 8 of my my Let's Play, but you'd think that this video would do better than a little bit better than episode 8. Because it's a better video and it's more generic and it should be something that can reach further. But it didn't. It not really like a lot. And it got good comments. There's a lot of good comments like, oh, it's a good video. And yeah, I agree. And all that stuff. But it didn't get any traction. So I think the video is fine. But it just doesn't. I liked it very much. Thank you. I am extremely disappointed at the performance of this video. Like, even though it's better than my recent videos, it should have been much better. And it isn't. And the thing I can think of that, like, the video, I think it's a better video. But the only thing I can think of that I feel is a bit lackluster is the thumbnail and the title. So my pledge to you, or my inquiry to you is, help me find a better thumbnail and title. There you go. Sometimes you can come up with something, a clever phrase, something that's more... because I'm really bad at clickbait. Because anytime I find something, then I'm like, ugh, that's so bad. Why are you wrong about Captain Industry? That's also like a little bit... just 10 minutes, but then really good. Thank you. It's also like, it's really difficult to find like what is like quintessentially the video of what would it look like? What would quintessentially be a good view in Captain of Industry of just like, okay, this is like really appealing to look at as a sort of a theme or like a catchy thumbnail, because I'm like, well, the splash screen is nice, but it's also just a little bit maintenance not included. Yeah, but that's very much an inside joke, right? But your channel is not a game review one, and as a review, it's, how's it, maybe too long. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's not really. It's okay. I take your feedback. I don't think it's I don't think it's too long. It's 18 minutes. That's definitely not long, not at least by my shots. And it's also not a game review. Well, it is a game review, but it's also more of a, yeah. I understand what you're saying. But a 10-minute game review doesn't have any content. That's just like, this is Diablo. You have 5 classes. You kill stuff. You do quests. You find loot. That's it. It's good. 8 out of 10. Woohoo! Like, share, and subscribe. 10 minutes. But I personally never watch a video if I suspect the title is just clickbait. Yeah, but I can't use that. I mean, you're special, and I know that there are a lot of those people around here, but it's just not true. It's just not true. It's and everyone says it, and everyone. This is one of those false perceptions of ourselves, and sometimes you see a video and you're like, no, you're lying to me, and then like, of course it's like, oh my god, you won't believe, and I'm like, I don't care. But if there's something, if there's a question asked, and then you go like, okay, and then no, I want to know the answer to that. I do want to know, right? Like, I do want to know what it is I can't believe that you didn't know. Classic clickbait is like how you almost overlooked an absolute gem of a game. On the thin line between spoiling game content and telling about gameplay. It's hard to do. Oh, it definitely is hard to do. And because you sort of have to find the essence of it and explain it. This is, yeah. Anyway, I understand it, Grundig, and it's not meant as a game review, particularly. It is meant as a sales pitch. That's simple. Like, I want people to. The idea is that I want to tell people how awesome this game is, and then I was like thinking like the best factory game, better than Factorio and Satisfactory, blah blah blah. Right? That's like the classic clickbaity, right? Mouse over is a Satisfactory clip. Oh, that sucks. That's probably like randomly chosen, like exactly in the middle of the video. That's weird. Because there's 9 seconds of Satisfactory content in that video. So what are the odds that it just found that part? Well, maybe it's because it's the middle. Anyway, I really want to sort of hear good ideas about like what it could be. And yeah, just have to make sure that it has power. Problem is this is not actually working because the state that they're in will not be the state that I want to send them out in. Example, here. These start moving and then they're no longer correct. How the? Oh, because of that. Damn it. Manual. Manual. There. Now that's ready to paste. Why should you give Captain Industry a try when you like factory games? That's a weird. That's. I guess the point. I understand the point of what you're saying. I don't think that's a good specific formulation of it. But that is my more difficult part is honestly also about like the thumbnail. Like how much text do you want to put on the thumbnail? Very little. But it's yeah, it's a big problem for me generally. Hold on, don't I have this one? Real signal. Oh wow, how is that misaligned? That's so weird. Oh right, it is that. What? Oh, there. Okay. One, two, three. Three, four, five, five, five. wonder if this is going to be super useful or not. And one of these will be trees and rocks. Trains are running. Oh, for fuck's sake, trains are running. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm just not really... Nothing just works anymore. Yeah. Okay. And so we try again for, I don't know, the millionth time. So far, it's not really saving us a lot of time. That one. That's that one. These two. And this one's fine. And that one's not done yet. There we go. Pause the game. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter if I pause the game, because as soon as I unpause it, then it'll start moving. So I have to be in this situation here. If I pause the game now, then I can't enable the game anyway. This one is also going to... I forgot to build... No. That's where I deleted everything. There we go. That here. This one is that thing. There you go. Is there a game setting that auto starts? Turned off temporarily. And what happens when I start the game? Then they're all going to start working. I have to do it this way. If I turn it off temporarily, I'm going to have to turn it on. When it turns on, it's still going to mess up. So, hold on. Let's see. The steel was done. Yes. I don't know. Should I also... No, I don't bother with that. Because I didn't build it, actually. This one. There and here. And that one, right? Good. Now the plastic. Plastic there. And get a plastic icon. And it's also not so many of them that are actually have that feature. Yeah. I think this is a good idea. It just takes a hell of a long time to set it up. And this one is called Sulfur. Index C, thank you for converting us up.
Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
for today regarding new blocks, do we have them all done? We don't have them all done, and we don't really have a plan. We're just gonna take the next one that we feel is next in line. And right now we're just doing kind of behind the scenes, fixing things. We have a number of things that are listed as... let's see, let's take that one out. We have some things to fix and before starting a new one. That's the green circuit. We have some things to be redesigning. For example, this one has to be redesigned. The green circuit one. But despite that, I'm still gonna do this. Because maybe I decide not to, and then at least this is gonna work. Whoa, what the hell? What is your problem? Yeah, don't want to look at that. Is purple all ready to go? Nope. And neither is yellow. So those are definitely on the agenda. That's kind of the next big step up, is the purple science, the yellow science. I think we'll do purples first, because that means a lot of what we already have plus stone bricks. That's it, right? Here, reds. What was this? Oh, low density. Then we have rocket fuel here. That's gonna be the train. Oops. No trains. Well, that train is out here. That one. And then rocket control units that don't exist. And then more lines down here. Yeah, and right, let's remove all that. And that was the last one, was the rocket fuel things. So we get down to science. That one already has it. But I'm gonna move it to exactly the same location as the other ones. There we go. Big change. The good thing is about this is that I can then, when it's running on the one platform, then I can go here and start editing things for the next run, I guess. And then the purple that doesn't exist, and then the yellow that doesn't exist, and then finally the rocket fuel that doesn't exist. And then science labs, and then that's it, right? The rest is just junk. Well, backups, let's call it that instead. Yeah. Good, so now we have this level supposedly set up. And I will be saving it as 3. There you go. So not really sure what's going on. I'll just lurk till I get it. Want to avoid asking stupid questions. No worries. when this thing is ready, you can just download the blueprint for the brain, and it should work for everything to try anyone to try out. Yes, that's the intention. But there might be some things that are, yeah. Let's see if that's actually gonna work. Right, so let's go see it. Train fuel needed lights. Train fuel needed lights. That is down here. Yes. About here. Same issue. What about here? There we have lights. Okay. So that's lights. Robot limits, we fixed that. Copper should connect wire. What the hell does that mean? Oh, I know. I think I know why. I think it's because it copper does not switch on here. There's a missing copper wire from that one. Oh, hold on. Here's an interesting thing. Maybe remember to actually take the new blueprint. There. And also that one. There. Okay, connect wire. Home, connect accumulator to global green wire. Switch layers. Oh, it's so risky. It's right on top of that one. Remove everything. That can't be undone. A few people that would run brain blueprint for a week to see what happens then. Yeah. Have you fixed the infinite cold station? No, that's actually true. There was something about the infinite cold station there. Raw resource. Something is wrong with cold train. Yes. I noted it, but I haven't fixed it. These need to go. Good. Alright, so what was it here? I said connect accumulator to green global wire. It is. No, it's not. Oh, it is, but that's because, I don't know. Why is there no power coming into this? Electricity? Oh, it's still bad power. It is on the green wire. Good. That's what. Just wanted to see that. Good. So that's fixed. Order of display of raw resource and train fuel. We fixed that, right? These two. Raw resource comes first. Yes, we did fix. Steel train logic to guarantee departure. I did fix that. Steel. Missing fuel in train. Okay, so that's going over to the other layer. And there was what? Plastic? Plastic says missing fuel in train. Yes, that's true. There. And wrong signal for oil refining. Ah. It's sending that signal. That's the signal it should send. It should send that build more refining. Yeah. Good. So that's now the plastic. Now it's already feeling like we are starting to get the benefit of having it available. Main loop excludes solar panels from tab list. That's a little bit much. Something is wrong with the coal, and then we'll fix that first. That one. Let's see. What is wrong with it? It is... What is wrong with it? Oh, it's this one. There we go. Yes. So now it'll also be up to an invalid path. Good. Train limits done. Okay. And then green circuit redesign, oil rogue change signal in oil refining. Where's my oil refining? What? There. Rogue change signal. There. Very important. Hey, we find it, we fix it. Good. Okay, so we fixed everything except for the two big ones. That's green circuit should be redesigned, and main loop excludes solar panels from tabu lists. Okay, which one should we do first? Oh, fuck me. Solar block. So sorry, I'm stressing out a little bit. Yeah, I'm fucking stressed out. Fuck. All right, so what is it that happens? This one goes up here and gets just taken out, and then it goes through this one. That should not be the case. This one should actually just, if it gets picked up here, which is the trigger, then first of all it read hand content, and that read thing is it the read signal that sends back? I can't really figure that out. Decider comp. What is this? This is a condition when this is equal to 1, then it outputs whatever it gets in. And it gets the solar panel signal here because this is just a pulse. I mean, it's not as easy as it sounds. I need to be absolutely sure, and maybe it is easy, but I need to be absolutely sure I don't mess up the logic. Because the signal that goes back is actually when this one grabs it, and it won't grab it now. That's the point. So now I need another indicator. Because this whole logic has to be redone. It actually has to be this one, read hand content, and this gets enable when this one, and then it reads hand content, and then hand content is the token, right? That's the token that gets picked up. The token will then go in here. Nothing.
Our illustrious champion
Max,
returns.
thank you for the 6 months. Woohoo! 4 daily subs. All right. When is this getting this icon in? It's getting that from here or from this one. Thank you, Silver Cecil. Okay, so let me just explain why your solution of why it's so easy doesn't work. If I just filter these out, the tabu list is going to progress, but it won't have an icon in it. It's in it. Then it's going to be wrong. So I'm suddenly having incrementing an array, and that array assumes that there are a number of things, but there will be empty spots in the array. Definitely not correct. Definitely not. We definitely need a train ticket emote. We have a train ticket emote. No one just uses it. There is a train ticket emote. It's literally that one. Have that already. Good evening, Fritz. Yeah, do appreciate it, Silver Cecil, for you giving it a shot always. You could make more. No, this currently that is 100% incorrect. 100 million times incorrect. That's what we saw last time, because it means that when it goes into a solar splurge, then it means that once it's done with the solar splurge, it has now put something that was in the start of the in the tabu list is now through the tabu list, and that's bad. So it's so it'll always be available. No, it doesn't matter how much I make it. It'll always be wrong. It'll 100% always be wrong. So it has to be this way, because we saw last time what happened when doing it that way. So no, I need to figure out how to basically remove this and not have this on output here. But I still need to have some kind of signal that triggers this one. I'm just, yeah. This one could then be that one. It's always fun to try. Yes, thank you. And I appreciate it. I just... Fucking hell, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I don't know. It's been... Can you remember when we had the last good hype train? I can't.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Oh, no. So this one's also now incorrect, because it shouldn't be having two of those. It should just be one. Thank you, Ishan TV. Thank you for the Prime. I don't know. I don't know if it sent the signal in. I need to build a monitor of this green signal. What? It's coming in the red signal. Red signal. Okay. I need to build a monitor for this. Three events. Woo! Here we go. All right. Fuck it. Let's... That one. I need to check if it actually displays the correct thing. So I need to have a what's it called? A memory cell? Build it out here. Then it's pretty obvious that it's temporary. That goes on the red wire, and that goes in here. So the red one is what? This says it get for one ping. So if that's greater than 0, then input whatever it got in. And also a little one of these. This one when that is greater than 0. All right, let's try it again. $25. Well, that's insanely incorrect. If I pulse this, then... Okay, we'll try pulsing it. Let's reset. One. Then I'm going to test it with another value just to make sure that it doesn't just get value 1, but it actually gets the right. Yeah. Okay, so it works. Okay. So now this one has to be token needs to run a longer way. Why? Well, that's the whole point. It does not need to run a longer way. Why? Is it because of timing? I don't think so. I think this is fine. Because this one will be blocked until they fly out. And I don't want it to... Yeah, but it's stuck here. This one is only when the robots have been triggered, it'll let it pass through. Yeah, the electricity networks, yes, they are. But that was just for testing, but we'll take that out. I think this is actually working. Don't know why it wouldn't be working. Really want to move the whole thing here one up. Just seems better this way. And yep. Okay, Triplex, I understand it. I'm pretty sure this is correct because what happens is it'll go through here, then it will be stuck at this point until robots fly out. So it doesn't matter how quick it gets in here, it cannot pass this gate until the robots have started flying. Then it will move up to the next gate where it will be stuck until the robots are done flying. So it's not the path here that makes any difference. It's the fact that it gets stuck here and waiting. Okay, so that's the main loop. The main loop excludes solar panels and green circuits redesign away from ore. Yeah, let's take a save, you're right. But I mean, it could be, but I just don't think so. And then I'd like to test it without testing everything at once, but I do think we should be redesigning up here for the green signs. Or the green circuits, where are they? There. So what if we just take this and move it like down here for templated builds. There is a button in the surface control, fill with lab tiles. This could be useful to visually separate templates surface from working one. I don't think that it's, this one is sandy and the other one is not. So fill with lab tiles. Okay. Is that better? Because there's no way around it. Mentioned that brain power network is now connected. I think we fixed that. This one has power. This one has the same power. Oops. Yeah, it does. How was it I did it? Because this one has to be part of the outer network. And then... Nope. It was a distance between here and here. There's not allowed to be any connections. Here, no connection there, no connection there, no connection there. Good, so let's see. Are you one network? Yes. Are you another network? Yes. A very bad one at that. Boom. Good. Switch to template area. Okay. My god, it's ugly to work on this. Let's keep that as a test thing. Why are the two power networks separate? I missed that. That's because I need my brain to always have power, and I need because if the brain loses power, then it starts misbehaving in terms of sort of not storing signals, not counting correctly, all that stuff. So that needs to be a separate power, so that if everything else shuts down, I still have the brain is still working. The brain will still identify that we need to stamp down some more blueprints, and then it can continue. So. I think this is the module. No, this is the module. That's about as much as we can reasonably place in this location. How much is that? That is, don't care about minutes. 72, so it's a little bit more than 2 belts out. Yeah, which is kind of silly because we can't get that, so... But I'd have to say, like, yeah. I guess this is what we can do. Like, honestly, it's a little bit too much because I can't get the 72 out, but... Is this correct? 66. Hey, Triplex, thank you for the 10 gift subs. That is
shall enter the fray.
Very kind of you. Oh, you got a gift sub from F. Baggison earlier, and that's the one you're paying forward. There, okay, so that's kind of... So there is a point to it. This part. There is no reason to have it more than this. Thank you. So that is, that's a start. If anyone wants to start some things, then now is a chance. Here and here. And that will be then the design size. Here. Oops. So that gives us 2 belts out. 200 I'm missing at the top. Still? Like that one? Alright, so iron comes in here and copper comes in there. And let's see how much we need. Well, it's very kind of you, Triplex, and I guess that was you again trying to start some things, but again, doesn't seem to work these days. Can't even remember how this is done anymore. Ooh, perfect. Thank you for the 10 gifts out. Very nice of you. Good evening. Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. Always with the 200 bits.
A kind gesture.
You... Why is there the bad one? This is ugly. Not gonna use that. Not gonna use that. I can't remember how it works. Why am I so blind about it? Alright, well this is probably the only chance of triggering a train today, so if you want to train, then now is the time, and then I'll stop pestering you for that. Why can I not remember how to do a 2x2 splitter balancer anymore? And I don't have any. felt that I could, like, here, and then I remember, like, you started like this. The point is, this one also has to be split. Like, no. Like, what does the other side look like? Alright. What are we at? 3 out of 5. 40 seconds left. This is the last chance to get this. Otherwise, we just stop this. If anyone has a resub, then now is time to use it. Nope. I can't remember. And it's not in my blueprint book, so why? Where is it? Thank you, No Man Ali.
Fills you with determination.
No Man Ali. Thank you for the new subscription. Much appreciated. Now I just have to find one of my blueprints that has this. Where would I have it? Hey, Hillathon, thank you for the gift sub.
Praise the sub.
Yeah, and the first one already timed out. Did it? Yeah, it did. The first one timed out. All triplexes, 10 gift subs timed out.
Illustrious champion
Fucking hell.
returns.
That's...
Welcome home.
Thank you, Paranoid Snow, for the 20 months. Now I'm just looking for this one. Can't remember where I would have a blueprint that includes it, because I just know I have it a million places. And I've built it so many times and I'm completely blind. If anyone has it, then you're welcome to share it as well. I am just not in a good spot right now. Good. Nothing works here. Maybe the yellow ones? What is existing build? You think so? I don't think so. He said I don't think I have anything that is on 2 lanes. Can't imagine what it would have be. The plastic, maybe? Plastic is the only thing I could imagine would be on 2 lanes, but that's on 4 lanes, so that's not even. Not even. I don't think I have it anywhere. It's a 1-1. There. Ah, of course. Thank you.
Tales
Hey, Hellathon, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Very much appreciated. It's this one then. Yeah, so we get 2 lines in. This is the iron line. I wonder if this is going to be filling up quick enough. I don't think so. Nah. This is going to use 60. This is going to use 90. That's actually... Okay. Well, this has to be a completely different build then. Yeah, so the builds now have to come in from the bottom, like more like this. And they have to be... Yeah, it has to be much more like this. Which is also nice that we have these things available. Yeah. And then all of this can be going out. Yeah. I need to take this out because that's junk. But...
More shall
Triplex, thank you very much for the 10 gift subs.
Fray.
Thank you so much. Yeah, feel so bad about your initial 10 gift subs weren't part of the hype train because it didn't get there on time. I'm gonna need... Why don't we always unload as fast as possible into boxes and sort out... Yeah, because it takes a little bit more space, and this one is very light on space, so that's the advantage of this one. It doesn't take much space, so I do think I need to just take everything else out. Oh. There. So now this one will be copper inbound. Oh, there's another advantage of this is that I am actually just can select all the trains here. Circuits, there we go. And then I need some kind of sorting mechanism thing. Let's see. This goes into 4 different spaces, so I'm actually thinking copper should be going below. Here I might need Jeff's version, which is much more space conserving, where you take half the splitter on top and half the splitter on bottom. But there's 4 inputs on all of them. Shouldn't it be even? Like, do I really need to balance it? I know, that's a crazy thing for me to ask, but aren't they all even? So couldn't I just say, if this is the iron part? Cool, so it's a level 2 hype train, and if we get further, if we get to a level 5, then we continue an extra hour tonight. That's the usual rule. Oh, this is weird. This is look really ugly now, because they're not even. Yeah, if anything and it breaks, then we have much bigger problem. This is not good though. Like, this makes me want to merge and demerge again. But the reason why I'm putting it here is because of this spacing. All right, 2 minutes left on the train. If anyone wants to join in. Let's do this one. Why is this one marked as iron? It shouldn't be marked as green. Like this. This is so awful. Oh, right. This one should obviously go this way. Of course it should. Where are we at? 1 minute left. 18 subs to complete level 3. 18 subs. Right. Nope. That's it. Could also do it like this. Does that make any difference? Nope. No difference at all. That's it. Thank you for the level 2. And I'm gonna take a break. This one is pretty much done, so that's good. Here. Nope, there's a problem here. Greens. 60. Oh, it's not done. Missing something. Missing the train logic. But that's gonna be after the break. Where is that? That's here. Be back in 2 minutes. Thank you for joining. All right, welcome back. That's odd. Why does it say 15? It should include resubs. Whatever. Alright, these are inputs and this is output. And we have 2 outputs. And do I like this loading station? This loading station? No, I do not. Nope, not at all. Not one bit. There. This one should be there, and that one. We must have a location here. What about the steel, for example? Yeah, that's probably a pretty good location, or a pretty good setup here. There. Yeah. And then I also need one over here. Okay, and then I need, you are green circuits to green circuits, kind of obvious, and trains but no entities, and that gets over here, manual. This one will be 2, always 2. Is it? Yeah, it has to be. They should always be open, so this one should always be 2. And then it loads, and then I need the input here. Let's find this stuff where we request some iron and copper. This is like the basic requester. Right, so this is don't need 2 trains. Yeah, you're right. Right. Then I also don't need a spotter. Good. And then this one should only be 1. But here, I don't really like this. This is the iron part. Why are these? No, they don't need to be brought in here. This one should not be brought in here. But the storage in these boxes should be brought in, because that's how much do you have. If you have less than 4,000 in total, is it 4,000? I think it's 2,000. And then send, we don't have enough iron generally. I don't like this. This can't be the right way of triggering a new train station, because that means immediately this one is built. No, it has to be like this, because this is also how you identify that it must be built. Okay. Yep. So I guess that is correct. That's copper and then copper. So it is basically running completely out there. And let's see if we can get this. So that will be on the green line for you and for you and for, don't know what that red one is for. Don't like. That green line from here goes in, and then I need another, let's call the red line from here to here, the red line from here to here, so I can separate it. That means the L value comes in and opens and closes. Yep. Good. That is the simplest way we can do it, and I think it works. Why not only fill part of the train to minimize initial starvation? That's also a good point. Like, time passed 120. Like that. So I'd wait for 2 minutes and then to full cargo. Yeah. Actually, I should set it to. Shouldn't I set it to manual? It'll switch over when it gets put in. Good. So let's get the greens. All right, so I think we fixed all the things that we wanted to fix here. We have now added, we have our test layer. We have our test layer with the templates. We have updated all templates to include a count of how many of each tile have been produced. Then we have also thinking that this weird. C is not copy. Q is Q button. Okay. So the only thing that would make sense, you fixed the coal train? Yes, I did. So I think I fixed all the things we had on our to-do list from session 11. Robot limit, that's fixed. Train fuel lights, copper connect wire, home connect accumulator to green global green wire, order of display of raw resource and train fuel. We fixed those two things in the last one. Steel train logic to guarantee departure, done that. Plastic missing fuel in train, wrong signal on oil refining, both for plastic, yep. Main loop excludes solar panel from tab list, we've done that, we haven't tested it. Raw resource, something wrong with coal train, fix that. Green circuit redesign away from ore, done that now. And oil refining rogue change signal, done that as well. So we can now retest it, but we won't be able to get any further, or we can go back and say, all right, let's get a little bit more, and by, for example, designing the stone bricks and the purple signs. I think that makes sense. So stone bricks are mostly like iron and copper, right? We definitely don't need so many trains here. So I'm going to take half of this out. And this one will now be called stone. It will have one train. We need a 4x4 splitter. That's here. That one. That one. Right. We don't know the capacity of this yet. Let's get one of these in here so they are working, and then I'm gonna test out some things. Get a test train in here. Also, do I need two of these? That's a weird design for a 4x4. No, it's the correct one because it also balances on the lane. For high throughput items like green chips, green circuits, limiting train size is just increasing train congestion. We already have the two wagon trains, and such limiting only makes it worse. Yeah. Yeah. But I want to make sure that it doesn't get started on another loop before it's really ready for it. Hello, Nerd Nub. Welcome. And if I'm being honest about this one, where are my trains? Yeah, this is definitely not enough to get it out there. But I need to... yeah, just send us a signal. Yeah, that's true. Wherever did we put in this power pole? I thought it was somewhere here. Nope, can't find it. Oh well. I have to make sure that it doesn't accidentally become part of any blueprint. So this one goes A. Cheating. And the other one switches on. Where's our power pole now? I built a power pole in here. Where the hell did that go? Makes no sense. $20 bricks per second. Yeah, I'm only doing this for one reason, and that's so I can do this and go at 120. That's a little bit much. I'm also just feeling that this is each one of these rows here can consume a full belt. So I am building it way bigger than it needs to be. There. Even that is too big. They will only get 2 outbound. This is the true test. Woo! I remember it again. There. The story column should be shorter, but there's no reason to decrease column count. No, it wants 30. It wants 30 each. I know. I kind of know what I'm doing. Sometimes. So this gives us 60, which is a good enough number. But it's not great in terms of output. We simply can't output fast enough here. And we need to have 2 trains coming in, which is kind of shit, right? It's 2 to 1. So how would we do the unload? I think we just want 1 train in. On the other hand, this one, when it's fully operational, will require 120. 120, there's no way we can support that with 1 train inbound. 120 is also what we request for the other ones. For iron and copper. So maybe we just do exactly the same here and just say like that. How did that not work? And they have 1, you have 2. You have smelters and output trains, so keep the input trains the same. Yeah, that's also, because it has the same input. It has 120 input, so it should also have 120 input here. But it just happens to only have half as much output, so this one also should be taken out, because that's not the kind of loopy-loop we want. We'll take this loop instead. And we also need a train, because this is a builder train. There, and this will go to that one until full, and oops, go to that one. No. Oh yeah, that doesn't exist yet. Yeah. And you will be going to that one until empty. Yeah. Yeah. That should be the right place for this. There we go. I think this is fine. 6 inserters auto train. I don't need it in this case. Now I have 2 places that can unload. It works fine for iron. It's just a matter of if they can get enough trains inbound. I think this works. I like it. We'll give this a shot. And here, that one. We'll call that this one, and this is going to be 60 stone brick per sec. And the grid is perfect. And anything else? No. Brick smelting. One of these blocks support 120 science per minute. Yes, but eventually I will need to also craft all the smelters, and they need a lot of this as well. So that also just means I'll build one, and then I hopefully don't win anything else. Power switch condition is done. 35, 40. This is the one that first one should be shut off. 40. Yeah, this one should be shut off before the other ones, because it's the least important one. Good. Then let's do some purple science. I will have a lot of things going here. Alright, so that's going to be complicated. Man, it's annoying to work on this lab background. Whew. Retake blueprint? Yep, indeed. Purple science. Let's start by figuring out if it's even possible. I am honestly doubting it. This is on a 21 second time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so far so good. 56. Let's throw you up here. So, in order for us to do that, we need to build 2 per second of the productivity modules. All right, productivity modules. It's already just a big no. Allows tile man. Bottom left icon in editor controls allow tile management. That one. Or what? Bottom left. That one. The other left. Okay. Well, this left. And what is it? Oh no. Well, it's concrete now. Alright, I think that's a little bit easier to watch, but... by the way, this is completely impossible, as you can see. But I need to visualize it so we get a sense of it all. And then I also need... Was it also 2 of those? Yes, 2 of those. Okay, and this one is... How many? 5 seconds. Yeah, okay. That won't work, but it's going to be close. 2.1. Yep. And we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Now we need 60 here. Oh, shit. Sorry. Oh, shit. Sorry. First time I've joined the stream while you play Factorio. Ah, I was just badly. That's definitely not your first time joining, but welcome. Yeah. 10, that's okay. 15, that's okay. 20, that's a lot. 21, that's okay. 30 and 51. Now, that's one thing to concern about, but steel, stone, stone bricks, red circuits, iron and green circuits. That's 7 items in and 1 out. That's a bit of an issue. 7 items, 1 out and 2 on either side. And steel has to be really big. So this, and I think also the next one, have to be split in 2. I think the same issue is going to be the case when we come to over here. It's the same thing, right? So I think these have to be building 2 blocks. How many burner miners? I have no idea. Transfer rails by train? Nope. I don't know. I mean, it's an utterly irrelevant question. That's why. Okay, so half out, half out, half out, half out, and half out. There. So this is much more like it, right? It'll still be using like absurd amount of steel. So if we now look at all the inputs, so we need to do some kind of like double build like this, where they grab two different things on this. This is brilliant. This is exactly what we want to have everywhere. Like that one, and that one, and that one, and even up here. There. The only exception is that the rear one will now be the inserter. And we'll look at what the signs look like for the other ones. Oh, we have to build one of these. Oh yeah, it needs this build here. It's actually a much nicer way. What? How do we not get that one over here? Huh? What are you doing? Oh right, maybe it's this one. No? I don't know. That's weird. What the hell happened? Ah, right, because these are different. Alright, let's kill all of this first. It's too complicated for me right now. This is also utterly irrelevant. So. There we go. Let's see if we can find some kind of logical way to do it. The red and green should be next to each other because they can come on one belt. So this should be red and green, for example. The green circuit is only used here. The iron and the iron is going in here. The steel and the... Oh, this is actually 8 locations. That's one too many. Right? Yes. So I should only have one output, right? Just to sort of make that look a little bit unique. Yeah. You need steel as well and stone bricks. Okay, so I'm thinking red and green, stone and steel, stone bricks and steel, stone and iron. Yes. Okay. Stone. That one. And iron inbound. These will be out here, this one will be here, this one will be sort of there, and all of this junk will be like that and that. Just gradually, slowly moving things around. Okay, this is too close. And that'll basically be inbound. and outbound. And that will be red. And this will be green. Yep. So
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
welcome home, Lokian SBK. Thank you for the 11 months. I think that's different. Yes. This will be the green. Why? Because green will only go directly into this one, while the other one will be split and then go in, but also move on. Yeah? And then we have the outbound here that will go in and become part of this part, this mess here. So that's green and that's red. Then we're going to need this one. Let's just jump over here. And that's going to be red as well. Steel on one belt and red and stone bricks on the other belt. That's red and stone belt. And this is steel. Or something. This is called steel. So fine, steel come here. And then a third one for out. Ew, that's never good. Yeah, that's not good. So we're gonna need something on the back side of this. That means here. Kind of like this way of designing because it's kind of like painting with a big brush and then you sort of add the finer details later on. You can use same belt for furnace and modules. Yeah, on the outbound side, that's also the intention. Is this here, there, and then it'll be something. But the idea is that they will now be merging in here. And that's going to be steel, something like this. And that will be stone, which is also coming from down here. Stone comes there, and steel comes there. And steel also needs to go the other way. I don't know how we do this, but this part here is just a 1 to 2. So let's get that as a 1 to 2. Stone, and this is, that one goes in, and then it has 2 inputs. That's going to be a combined belt up, and then another belt down. Yep. Let's try aligning this somewhat with the other ones. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That goes up, and this one can also go up. Or it could go from top and down. And I would just need to figure out how to do the other part. This is the steel combined with the stone that's coming from the one furthest away. So like gradually things are making more sense. And I will be taking this one a little bit further out so that we have more room. I think we're going to get something like this. Can we just make one belt, one in here? Yeah. There's enough room for this. And the middle one will then be the output. That will be input 1, and that will be input 2, and then we'll have to do some over and unders. Alright, that's not bad, right? I mean, built on right side of furnace assemblers, it could be output. I don't know. I don't see there's anything wrong with this build. Maybe just move the whole thing a little bit up. So I have a question. Is the blueprint book automatically added in a new game? The blueprint book, like the stuff you've stored up here in your blueprints, then they will always be there. Unless you do something weird. So if you make one blueprint in one game, and then they should be available in the next. And I'm saying should because I'm a noob with this, so I don't have the experience, and I tend to delete my blueprints because they are. I don't want to go down that path again, but it makes no sense the way they've chosen to do it. Like, if you've ever done any kind of programming, then it's like, why would there have to be like one copy of it? Like, if you take it from your blueprint library and take it into your game, it's no longer in your blueprint library. Then it's in the game. And if you delete it in game, it's gone. Like, why would you not take a copy of it so that you can mess around with it? But I guess if you copy of it, then you kind of go like, oh, but I made a lot of differences, changes in this game, and now they're not in my global blueprints. And I don't know. You can control it. It's just I think you have to be a programmer to understand it, or to sort of think that it makes sense that, oh, sometimes it's a pointer and sometimes it's a copy. And it's a very subtle difference between when it's one and when it's the other. But everything can be done correctly, just not by me. So what I'm then generally doing is I have my blueprints. These ones are the ones I don't touch, and I'm very careful about touching them, and yet I still mess it up constantly. Do you see any problems with this? Then it's simply like taking a book off the shelf, which I suppose makes sense, but it's not intuitive for program-minded people like yourself. But the thing is, like, if I take my blueprint here and drag it into my inventory, then it's a pointer. It doesn't exist in my game. It's just a pointer to the one in the cloud. And then any changes are made to the cloud version. But if or is it? I don't know. No, oh, right, that's the thing. Like, if you take it from here and drag it into your inventory, it's a copy. Or it's even removed from the... I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know how it works. I only have 7,500 hours in this game, and I don't understand it. And I spent time trying to understand it, and I don't understand it. And to me, that is argument enough why it's utterly broken. If I can be so much in doubt about the subtle differences between copy and pointers, and when it's... No. Yeah, please read. I've read it. I've read it a million times. And the thing is, if I still can get in doubt, it's not intuitive. Like, there's no doubt about how it works in Captain of Industry or in Dyson Sphere, at Factorio, or even Satisfactory. But in Factorio, it's completely unintuitive. So, yeah, there's that. So don't ask me about how the blueprints are working, because I don't know. I don't know. Is there a faster way to get construction robots? You can cheat, or you can just use my, for example, my blueprint. I have one, Robot Rush, which is kind of, as soon as you unlock blue science, then you go unlock construction bots and you put down this little blueprint I have, and then it'll take care of it. It's a bit weird to do this. No, it kind of has to be like this then. Huh. Hold on. It's crazy. If I could do that. Okay, that's, again, why? Well, maybe. Or I could do one of these and then just use that one. That's so weird. That is so weird. Like, seriously, this should work. Never done that before. Yeah, nanobots is a really cool one. I like nanobots. It's a fun take on that. Ooh, that's gonna be putting everything on one side of the belt. That's not gonna work. And also 2 per half second. That's a little bit fast, isn't it? Is it too fast? I don't know. I wonder if we can get it there. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that will in total make 30, which is obviously too much. There. It's weird, but it actually works. The library makes sense. Okay, so let's take the makes sense away, because of course it's built on a logical foundation. Of course, it's not like, oh, randomly it does stuff, even though it feels like that to me, and I will sometimes say it randomly deletes my blueprint. Of course, they've thought about it. Of course, they have built a consistent logic that when you do this, this is what happens. When you do this, this is what happens. Of course, and there's easy logic to explain all of it, but it doesn't fucking make sense to me. And I think it's the part where if you drag it, I can't remember this entirely, but if you drag it from here into the hotbar, it behaves differently than if you drag it from here into the inventory. And that is bad. Really, really bad. Because this thing here, I'm sure that someone is already typing away like, no, these are pointers to objects. These are not actually objects. They are pointers to objects. And now they are pointing to an object in your inventory or pointing to an object in cloud. Yeah, but they're right next to each other. They're fucking next to each other and they behave differently. It's like, if you think about your OneDrive or your Google Drive or your everything else, you have your folders locally and they are synchronized to the cloud. Yes. That's it. Isn't the red inserter too slow? I guess we'll find out. So yes, it's either the fact. I think that's true that they are. A lot of confusion comes to the fact that they're in-game objects. Yes, Grundig, I think you're very correct about it, because that's not the case in any of the other games. They basically, like, the cleanest implementation is actually Dyson Sphere, where it's just like, it's just a text file. It's a physical text file on your computer. That's it. Right? And then you know you know how to already. Then as soon as you have that condition, you know how it works, because you're used to working with files. You know that you can synchronize to the cloud, you can share it with your Google Drive, and you can do all these things, because that is how files in Windows work. But the fact that it's now an in-game object that sometimes can move around on a belt, and sometimes it's a pointer to an object that is stored somewhere in the game engine, like, it's not simple. It's really not simple. So, yeah, either version makes sense. Having both is insane. Yes, I think that's kind of my point in here, is that they have a logic to it, but it's just that logic it's just so difficult to explain, that I get confused about it when doing this, when trying to sort of figure out what it actually, explain what it actually does. I default to ignoring hotbars and using like a physical shelf. You default to using hotbars and pointers and using it like cloud storage. Both make sense, but the fact the logic isn't consistent between two is poorly done. Exactly. It's like there is a logic to it. It's just that it behaves different depending on exactly what you do, and that is a game design choice that you have to be a programmer to sort of explain. And here's the fact that someone said, I think you Starving, you said, read Friday Factorio Fact 356. Like, that is literally my argument. Like, are you supposed to read 356 Friday Facts to find the one that explains a core game mechanic? No, No, you shouldn't. It should be logical, it should be explainable, it should be intuitive, so that when you operate with it, it behaves like you would expect it, either as a physical object or as a pointer, but not as sometimes one, sometimes the other. It should be a full build. Yeah, it's not working. So, good. I didn't think so, but I needed to see. This toolbar also was containing game objects like extension of inventory. Yeah, but that was more confusion than now. It's just pointless to real inventory. Yeah, yeah, I agree. And I don't think necessarily that I could just whip up a better solution, because it would limit one of the ways that people are using it. And if you're always copying it into the game, and then it would be a copy of the master, and if any changes you made wouldn't be changed to the master, then that would also mean that you have a save game and then you log out and you come into the other and go like, oh shit, where are my changes? And I don't think everyone is as diligent with save games as I am. So if you just log in, play some stuff, and then okay, it didn't bother, then you log out and maybe forget to save, or you save on top of the previous save, and then you sort of lose that iteration. Um, it could be, I don't know, maybe that'll give rise to other problems, like you take a copy of it and you make some changes, and now it says not synchronized with the cloud version or something like that, and then you sort of click to synchronize or check a box that automatically synchronize or something like that. I don't know, maybe that'll give other issues. Because obviously sometimes you want to take a copy of the master and make it changes to the specific setting with maybe some mods or maybe some early game or late game, but you don't want to ruin the master. Other times you want to use the master and mess with it and then do updates and then update the master. It's sometimes one, sometimes the other. So I understand that both use case scenarios have to be catered for, and that makes it difficult. Cool. We are taking a short break, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll definitely get this purple science working today. Definitely also can say that we are not going to see the whole thing operational today, because that would require that extra hour that's so elusive. Be back in 2 minutes. All right, be back. We're back. Okay, so we need to redesign this. I think we just do it this way. You know what? That would be blue these anyway. Look at that. So much easier. And yeah, that so much nicer. Okay, and let's see, we've got this point here. So this works, and then the middle ones here will just have to do this. Or we can also do it this way, which saves a little bit of space. And let's try it again. Steel and stone. Is made to content creators can spam more 10 things you didn't know about Blueprints Factorio. I think so too. All them content creators. How many content creators are doing Factorio content? None. Like, not exactly a gigantic scene here. There are these occasional gimmick videos. Only the best do. I don't really make, but okay, so this looks good. They're working. This one, the last one, is outputting and filling up the belt. The last one here is outputting, filling up the belt. Do I think I need two? I don't know. Just sometimes seems good to be able to do two here. And none of them slip by here. Good. There are two inserters in just one of the rails assemblers. Like this one? That's intentional, to fill up the belt. To make sure the belt is filled up here. Maybe I don't need it. Alright, that's good enough. Boop. Yeah. Alright, let's get the other side. This one shouldn't have any issues with quantities. Yeah, this is good. I just kind of feel silly not to have. That's weird. Yeah. Guess that's better. And then that will be here, that will be here. And this little light. And on the side, it'll be quite boring. Alright, so now I just need these inputs, outputs, and I think I'll take... So this is steel. How much steel is this? 25. Can this keep up with 25? I'm not sure. Guess we'll find out. And this is then the stone. There. No splitter. No bouncer. Oh, this is actually going to be a problem because this one side will consume faster than the other. So we do need a balancer here. So that's not going to work. Not like this. Then maybe it should be the other way around. So that this can be a little bit better. What options do we have for a little bit better unloader? Here's a little bit better unloader, right? Yes, that's a little bit better unloader. There. And that will be... That's good. And now... Blueprint issue is made... okay. Alright, so let's... while I'm doing this, let's talk... Satisfactory. Yeah. So what should my new playthrough be about? I already have a plan and I'm kind of keen on it, so I'm interested in hearing it, but I don't want to give away sort of my idea yet. No, it's not like super fancy or anything, but it's just that I want to get sort of some fresh perspectives before I start sort of shaping the conversation towards the idea that I already have. So, let's hear it. What do you think would be fun, interesting, good, cool, smart, intelligent, interesting, whatever, for a playthrough? They are 2000. New update are mainly about 2, and there's almost no game improvements. Well, that's not really a good, a useful feedback. Well, it is useful feedback. Just not very encouraging. Okay, I feel that this line should be lined here. Yeah. And this one gets placed again. And then I need a good little loader. That's kind of the same way we have here. Screens. Definitely not tiles. Yeah, this one is going to be changing a name to purple signs. That. And like that. From this until full to that one until empty. Good. Do I need to do this? No. Okay, so let's do the change. When the left side where the rails are produced. Huh. Yes. That's because this is stone bricks. This should be stone bricks. Yeah, and thank you. All right, so let's see. Well, I am trying an abuse blueprint to build skyscrapers playthrough with proper lighting, hopefully as Lumen basically forces to do well in that regard. Otherwise, it'll be quite dark. Oh, really? It like now you're saying Lumen as in that's something in Unreal Engine 5 or what? Isn't updating to a newer engine and game improvement perhaps not game content? It would, yeah, it wouldn't affect gameplay. It's not of course it's a game update, but it doesn't provide new content. And okay, so let me steer the conversation a little bit since we're getting so many good ideas here. Use the give button as a chat interaction. Yes, but like Ribbon World playthrough, there should be a downside too. Yeah, no. Well, yes. Okay, so I'm thinking I want to build I want to play on the planes, the starting area. The first starting area, the initial one. Because I haven't played that in 2 years or something. And it's gigantic flat area. And you may hate me, well, you probably do already, but for this as well, I'm thinking a big flat concrete plane. Done. Then we'll build on top of that, and then we'll have crap below. Because I always say, oh, here's a little space here. There's a space for a factory, and then I build a factory, and it just can't expand, and then I end up just not being able to build anything. But on my season 2, right when the game came out or something, I built a tower. It wasn't very good and it didn't get very far, and there were a million other things that didn't really work with it. But that was pretty cool to have like a tower to build with. And that's kind of what I think would be cool to do. Like we started at the end of the last playthrough, like an arcology where there's basically like a pyramid, and then different floors. And I think that would be a good idea to do something like that. And no slug, forgot the name wrong. Well, that just makes it annoying. But I would also like to use some of those features that are from the advanced game settings. So I would say that would be, I know, it's kind of feels stupid, but if there should be a hype train interaction for it. Like some kind of rewards like sounds very unstable. Yeah, you know. I know. Well, they also said that Jay's saying it was very unstable, but that was in the start of May when they planned to release it. And then in the last update, he said that they really felt that they had been getting all of those bugs out. And yeah, I know they go on vacation for half the year, and we've been there. Anyway, I mean, I can play it, and if I get bored with it or annoyed about it, then I just stop playing it, right? That shouldn't be an argument for not starting to play it. I think so. But let's say a hypothetical hype chain interaction could be something like you can fly for X amount of time, or you get 100 slugs, or something like that, or X amount of minutes of building without resources, or something like that. I think that would be a fun idea to implement, because that could sort of be, if something happens, then it would be a pretty cool build, right? And that could be like impactful to say, all right, if we can get to level 3, then not only this, but we can also get, I don't know. So I think that would be a fun idea. I just have a little bit of a skepticism about it because yeah, it's a little bit hypothetical to do these kind of things. But it would be could at least happen once or something, so it'll be fun. Made a satellite factory in my 5th playthrough where I limited myself to produce only one item variant per satellite. Per satellite? Eaten over 1,000 hours now. Completely different project. Well, I've done that. I've done that, so that's, yeah. No, X time with belts at double speed. First of all, that's not a thing. That's not an advanced game mode, so that would be a mod. Plus, it would mean 0 for me. Literally no impact. Because I would just ignore it. I would not build, like, imagine how incredibly hypothetical it was. Like, okay, do I want to build this design so it works, or do I want to build it so that if there is a level 2 hype chain, then I can get a little bit extra out in for 1 hour? No, I would. It would literally be completely useless. Unlock alternate recipes, yes. Unlock alternative hard drives, yeah. But will it be fun? Yeah, I'm definitely doing that. I'm definitely unlocking all alternative or giving hard drives. That would be that would actually be like a cool thing. Like that could be level 1, like give 10 hard drives or something like that. And then some slugs would also be pretty good to get that. That could also be a thing. That will be implemented in update 8. What will be implemented? The double speed belts? Okay, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to be having like a time limited speed upgrade on belts. Is completely useless. Because it'll still be 99% of the time it's not going to get that update. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm talking about it. I'm talking about the game modes, advanced game modes. That's literally why I'm talking about it, because that's kind of the stuff I wanted to implement. But I do think that would be, and I just really want to have everything in one place, and I just don't know how to do it. Because what always happens is that I start by building my starter build, done, good, it works, it's awesome, it works in all the way up to making modular frames. So I get rotors, and I get modular frames, and I get reinforced iron plates, and it's all just chugging along, putting into boxes so we have crafting materials. Yay! But then you sort of have to go to the next step, and that's steel. And then you go like, I'll build the steel over by here's some water, here's some coal, let's build it over there. I'm like, you should bring it back. Or the power plant, should we also build that? Should we build it over by the coal, or should we bring it back? And that's the kind of thing that I'm kind of, yeah. I'm thinking about. And if we could do, like, Everlist is saying something about, like, a tower with lighting and that kind of thing. I think that's a cool idea, because I'd like to try to use these yeah, use them, but I don't know, use blueprints somehow, because it's, if we can use it for something like building things quickly, then that would be pretty cool. Mega factory also performance drain? No, it's not. It is absolutely not. I have never ever built anything that is because of proximity of things in, and I can also guarantee you that I'm gonna be stopping playing it before it becomes an issue. Like, if the mega builds that you see that are performing just fine, it's not like it's like optimizing Factorio for performance when you're just trying to launch a rocket. It's completely irrelevant. Depends on factory size. Yes, but I know how my factory size, and my factory size is not going to be the size of what Kibitz is building. He's put 1,000 hours into a single save, and I'm not going to do that. So mine is not going to be anywhere near as impressive as his base is, and his is working just fine. Or its bits, for example. So it's definitely not going to be an issue. It's yeah. So it's completely non-issue for me to consider any kind of performance. And if the performance is bad, then okay, well, stop playing then. Build Toad Day Core 4 blueprints puzzle together that can be extended upwards easily. Just took 10 hours to build the prints. After that, relative 10 hours to build the prints. Shit. 10 hours to build prints. I mean, you can build. Oh man, that is a nightmare you say there. You're basically saying you built core power for 10 hours, or you spent 10 hours building blueprints for core power. Like, the amount of core power you could build in 10 hours. Well, decoration light. Yeah, okay. Well, share some blueprints on, or share some screenshots. I'd love to see that. I need to start this one to test to see it works. This is... And I do think that if we can build something with, like, I think blueprints are valuable when it comes to stuff like walls, lights, windows, towers, sort of infrastructure, right? And you can bother to build it nicer because you only have to build it once, and then it's stamped down from there on. Oops, these are not built yet, so that is then green. Yeah. All right. Good night, Michael. Actually, so I don't know if it's feasible, but how about building everything in a single really tall tower? That's also kind of, it's not going to be tall, it's going to be wide, very wide. And it's just gonna, right now what I'm having the idea is that since we want to use the blueprint for something, then my something could be like basically having the factory and then have an intersection of roads through it. So there's basically going to be 4 quadrants at the ground level. And those quadrants will then sort of have roads going out in different directions, and those roads will be basically how you access everything else. And you can build power poles to sort of the big power poles to drag them out. I think that could look good. And you could drive out there and, you know, and then there'll be like jumping down to figure out how to get the power going. Or oops, that's definitely not a good blueprint, this one. That was a bad balancer. Unlock. The new dismantle mode should hopefully ease the pain of using them. Yes, that's true. But I think that's never been the problem for me too, with blueprints. I think that's a nice little feature, but it's 100 no, it's 50% the size and 50% the lack of interconnectivity. Those are the big deals, and I don't see how anyone can find them super useful without those features. So, and that's still not happened. So, good. Then that looks okay, right? Things seem to be moving. All of these, they're not getting anything yet. But that's also going to take forever to get that up there. As long as everything seems to be working, right? It's easy to see if they're working like this. Nothing working up here. That's just a matter of just not getting the items yet. Install bottleneck. I mean, it's a nice thing. Yeah, I've been thinking about it a few times. Impressed by how Captain Industry implemented that cover. Yeah, it's really nice. It's really nice. I'm going to skip experimental given the expectation of the crashes, but update 3 is crashing constantly for me at the moment. Wow. Speed 10? What speed 10 what? I can't even support speed 2, so that's the speed 10 doesn't do anything. See? It can only go to 90. But I don't know why, but honestly, I don't understand why it can barely get to 90. Because I don't have anything moving in this base, oddly enough. So. Well, I think this is kind of working. Let's go through these. Are they linked up to this and that one? And stone, and it's also really annoying to look at this, so let's not do it. I thought my PC could handle more. I thought so too. Right, I think this is done. So I think it's working. These ones will, as long as they get working at least once. How many? 0 products completed. So you're not getting anything. You are getting here just a little bit of stuff rating on the belt, but this is producing exactly at ratio, which means it's gonna take a while for it to sort of let something leak all the way up here. Eventually it will. I hope. Yeah, these have excess, so they stop grabbing things. Does bother me a little bit. Oh, it was trying. It tried so much. Oh, now it's starting to build up excess. Right. Well, It is what it is. And you have this one. Good. Is that to manual? Yeah. Let's see. And they all have one as a... There. And blueprint book. Purple science. No tiles. Purple science. Alignment. And that's it. And then save game. And then try going back to the real world. And placing stuff. Getting it ready. Let's see if the whole thing works. Probably doesn't, but hey. Oh, I get stuck in there. Let's see. This is 0, 0. I have 300 in here. That's good. And one logistic spot. I have that one ready. I have not sent anything in here, so this deployer needs to be redeployed. Once the deployer is ready, then we'll take another save and see. Hello, sir. I'm going to dip my toe in K2SE, and I'm wondering if you know about any hand-holding blueprints if I get stuck. Nope, I don't. I would not recommend doing that, but that's... I'd rather get my dick stuck in a car door than play that combination of mods. So, yeah. I don't have any... like, my advice is the same as my hypothetical alternative is don't do it. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna be wildly uncomfortable. And you're gonna look like an idiot when you do it. So, yeah. I would not recommend. Right, I think we're ready to go. Alright, but that's not really blueprints. They're not there. That's just artifacts of the map update. Yeah. Oh, I have something. Look at that. A midnight kitty. Yeah, save before launching. Yep, so we can load. That's gonna be this one. Start. Good. Everything is placed, we think. It's an orange cat. Yes. Alright, let's see if it works. I think that we just have to press the button. Did it work? I don't think I pressed it. It didn't work? Nothing happened. Oh, right, because I copied this one out. This is no longer connected to the green wire or the red wire. This one has only things on green wire. It's waiting for the signal. There. Huh? Nope. So it's on my lap, and then it's like, and it's sliding down, and then it's on my lap. So it's sliding down. Guess where the claws hit? This is why I don't want it on my lap when I'm here. Double build of science. Oh, right. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. How would we ensure that? Because here there's an extra one that says, I don't know. I think that's going to be on a note for later. Let's make a session. Notes. Make sure purple, yellow science can build 2 for each lab. Let's just see if it works, and then that's now added to our list of concerns. Did I save after I did something? I think I did. Screw it, let's go. Doesn't look good when, but at least it does get placed. All right, so let's see. Now this is... Oh my god, sorry. So it does get stuck here and there, and it doesn't sort of trigger this lane. Ooh, hold on. This one shouldn't be as big. I don't think this should be this big now that there are no... Okay, hold on. I'm going to save. Load. And throw that one. It's connected, and this one needs to go here. And that one needs to be smaller. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. And it's now building. Good thing I have so many of these. Again, do they really need to be physical objects? So they progress from the first holder to the second holder. Off they go. Just trimming the tips. That could do it in about a minute, or you could buy specials. This is for, yeah. Yeah. I would not do it for my comfort. I would do it for their comfort. So if they don't have enough scratchy thingies and that's going to be a problem for them, then yes. But I wouldn't do it for my comfort. I always use Alt-D, and yet sometimes they end up in my inventory anyway, and I don't know why, but they just do. It just happens. So now that we're actually, from now on, we can always see what we are building. But it's just the first one that's a little bit of a mystery where things get built. If you can hear their nails touching the floor, you should cut them. I don't. Yeah, okay. I think I get it. That makes sense. Oh, yeah. And how's our power? Power is not good out here. Like, really not good. Because it's nighttime. And what does that happen to robots? It now has unidentified that we we've kind of lost touch with our robots. But the good news is they don't build more robots, so that's good. Now as wakes up, yeah, it's obviously still going to need a lot more power. Hello, Hightower. Disconnect the height. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Oof. Reconnect. There's no science request. Oh no, it wouldn't do science request still, because as long as this one is there, then it's still working. And our display is working as well, at least a little bit. But that's why there's no demand. Yes, there's no demand, and there is now. I don't need to mark that on the list because it's already fixed. And let's see, now we should be having enough power. Yeah, we definitely have enough power. It's just a matter of whether we can start filling up the batteries with what power we have. Yep. Accumulators. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Go, 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 go. I have to set up a train station with this circuit network thing as well. Yes, I do. It's called many-to-many train network, I think. If someone can help find that, the guide. There's something I am missing about recursive bases. You get to a certain science level with your normal base, then you start with a recursive. But do you keep the old one and produce? No, this is a bit of a gimmick. Like, the idea is you sort of magically have all the things you need to start it. Whether you cheat it in or you build the base up there, it's never going to be like. It's never intended to be play up to this tech level and then let it go. And then like, oh, I don't bother playing anymore. Let me get rid of it. There we go. Now it's increasing. Oh, right. It's actually double digit. Then I don't think we need more than one digit here. One of these. And that should definitely be down here. Oh. It does have to be like this. Because 100. Right, so now we are good. We have built enough power. We have charged our batteries. It's now time to get started on building the science labs. So you always need some kind of cheat mode to provide the items. Not necessarily. But it's just that where you start, you usually start with like an empty space. But how did you get there? How did you get to all the circuits and stuff built there? That's going to be either you play the game normally up to that point and then you tear down your whole base and put it into box. It's a weird thing. But you don't necessarily have to cheat in items. That's just what we do now because I want to build the blueprints. And then once we build all the blueprints and the whole thing is just rolling, then we can start looking at how to scan for items, how to put, I don't know, landfill ahead of us, or I don't know. We can do all sorts of things if we want to keep going with this. Can someone explain the self-building base concept? Welcome. I have several YouTube videos explaining the concept of it because it's a little bit advanced and there are pretty good overviews on how it works. But the idea is that I don't do anything. I'm just sitting here and the base is identifying what is needed and then building it accordingly. Figure out where and what to build. So for example, it has now built science labs because, hey, we need science. And then as soon as it finds out that we have science builds, then it realizes that then we're going to need satellites, we're going to need yellow, we're going to need purple, we're going to need blue, we're going to need green, which also includes the red science. And then it starts sort of building this module, which is red science and green science. Once it has built the red and green science, it realizes that it doesn't have iron and copper, so it now identifies that it needs iron, copper, and fuel for the trains. So those are the ones that will be built first. And that's kind of how I build it. You can build it in many different ways. I'm building it as based on pull request, so that you start with the finished product and realize you can't build it, and then sort of identify the critical path up to that point, and then build it. And then when we get the base running, then we will also see that it will identify items that are missing or production that's low, and then build that accordingly. Is a hub blueprint for the construction items included in the project? Yes. Once we have the whole thing working, then the next thing would be actually building a hub that can build stuff so that we don't have to use these magical infinite boxes. That means it's going to take a lot longer to run, because right now, like, imagine the amount of time it would take to build all of these solar panels. But you know, it's got to be done. And that's kind of one of the caveats of how it's going to work, because if you think about it, like, in order to build all these solar panels and accumulators to get the space going, you're gonna need a lot of iron and batteries and steel and copper and green circuits. Like, how do you get those? Well, you need a base to do that, and that's kind of why you kind of have to start somewhere. He's not Pathetic as captain of industry solar panels. They're actually not bad. They're actually not bad. Like, at first I was like shocked at how bad they were, but same with Factorio. But then I just spammed down and I was like, hold on, now half my power is free power. Okay, that's cool. And then now we also have this salt energy storage. Last block is misplaced. Shit, that's funny. Yep, break out. Yep, and then I'm gonna go. We'll just let it stop here when it's ready. And then I'm gonna go over to the other. Oh, that's why. Tiles. Do you have stone in the blueprint? Yes, I have that in my block of infinite resources. I think I have stone there. Save? Yeah, I guess. Into the blueprint case? No, there's only one. There's only one blueprint book. It's just, I have it here. And then I put it on the belt, and it got picked up and put in there. So we're just gonna have to watch this go a little bit further. So we'll just crank up the speed as much as we can for this. Oh, look at that. We can actually sustain 120 for a little bit at least. Just getting into DSP and wanted to say thanks for your videos. Thank you. That's good. Good that you like it. There'll be more as soon as the next Dyson Sphere thing comes out. And we not having the power here. Oh, right. We also forgot to do this one. Oh, lost it at least. There you go. So we'll build one more. Here, and then... Okay, so it actually turns out... Looks like we're going to be building one less than last time. But didn't we build 5 last time? This time we'll only build 4. Because of day-night cycle. Next update is going to be the big one, yes. Green labs green wire. Also, apparently, yes. Oof, we just made it. Ah, that's so close. So very close. Whew. Right, so let's save again here. Just to make sure that we have everything, because we can also just... What we need to do is, at some point, we need to not start over from scratch, because we know the start is going to work. So be able to sort of save consistently and then go, okay, let's pause it here. If there's an error, roll back a little bit to the last autosave. But otherwise, if we want to stop and go like, okay, now it's working, we can see the purple signs is working. So let's stop it and then implement the methodology to identify that it can now be 2 times it can build 2 of those purple signs, right? So don't really know how we're going to do that, but somehow. Then builds the green signs, and now comes the fuel part. And it's the one after that that was misplaced, so fingers crossed. More bots inserted? No, it shouldn't be. Shouldn't be inserting more bots. There's only 300, or there's still 300, which is good, so we're good. I could switch it up here to more bots if we wanted to. It's just that we're running at double speed, that's why things maybe look a little bit more frantic. There, and it's now aligned. Woohoo! That's good. So it does work at double speed. I think it's because it was on another plane of existence. Maybe that made a difference. Or it's because I'm in this mode. I don't know. Yeah, and we do have stone. So we do get stone in here. They start going out. To water goes out, and then we get iron smelting built. This is the one that identifies that we need more fuel. What about our tabu list? This comes back, this comes back. This one is going to be a problem that it comes back so soon. Yeah. I would also imagine that this is going to be dropping rapidly soon. Next night cycle, it's not going to last. Oh, it just survived the night cycle. Okay, cool. Well, it's not going to survive this one for long. Yeah, this one's powering up. These are just not working. Okay. No path. No path? What? Really? Oh, there we go. Now there's a path. Good, good, good. There we go. Copper smelting. That is not good. We need this to drop a lot now. Oh, it's a long time until... Okay. And as this one comes online, this is going to be a hard crash. And this is still online. This is... Oh, this barely has any. Oh, damn. Let's see. How about here? You didn't get anything yet. And this is the one. If this is not full, if this has nothing in it, then it'll still keep building another one of these, which is a little problematic. Oh, this is not good. Why is the power not crashing? Can you just crash the power, please? See? It went up there. So you can... We're also over time, so... There you go. See? If we had extra time... Hello! Oh, That's Speedy. It is. That's funny. He almost never goes up there. And then that's the time when we end. Four of these and 11111. That's good. Let's see, what is the next one we're building? This one should be crashing. It's deployed rocket fuel. See, that's the part I didn't really like. I didn't really like that they built another rocket fuel now, but I guess we do need. We're just not really getting it fast enough here. 60, 60, 70. Okay, let's see where you're going when you're done. And then we get in more, another one with infinite. Where are you going? That one? Oh, but 80? Okay. That's gonna be loaded fast. Very fast. Is that also just topping up? Nope, that's a full one. There. And that's now been shut down because power is awful. And now that crashed the accumulators. Luckily, it only crashed as the solar panels were kicking back into gear. So we're satisfaction is getting up there. And as that pretty obvious that we're going to continue to build this for quite a while until we recover here. 9 cats? Huh. 9 cats. Instant, I built a accumulator charge lamp display that tracks charge over time, since the electricity interface only tracks power output. Interesting. You're welcome to share it. Probably better idea to share it while I'm streaming Factorio. So if you're around next Sunday, that's probably better to. Okay, I'm just gonna put it in here, and then I'm gonna need you to remind me next time how to that we're gonna be getting it. Copy. There. Import and there. I'm just gonna leave it in my inventory, and then I'm gonna take a look at it next time because time's up. No extra day today. Tomorrow, next week will be Captain of Industry and Satisfactory on Tuesday. Didn't really get any good sort of ideas about what we can do for Satisfactory, but I guess I'll have to come up with something. So thank you very much for joining. I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow for some Captain of Industry. Maybe some on Tuesday for some Satisfactory. And then on YouTube, I'll also continue the Captain of Industry series and maybe do some kind of Satisfactory content if there's something. So, good night, take care, and stay effective.